Hey, so hello everyone. How is the sound? I'm about to start here. Let's see if I can. Yep. Okay, great. So I think people can hear me. So I'll start talking about the game. So this is KJ versus Park Junghwan. It's a two very prominent players. So they could be playing at final stages of a tournament, but this is actually the first round of the main tournament. So um, the best 32 players to be exact. So they still have a number of rounds before they finish the tournament. And so it's the KJ, I'd say he's one of the top players in China still, and Park Junghwan, who is one of the top Korean players. So let's just go back through the moves of the game. So 3-4 points and a Shimari. This is all pretty standard for nowadays. This is a point where white could have done something on the top side. So for instance, this move would be a kind of a standard way for white to be attacking the corner enclosure in the top right. So with this move, white would be looking at black's not going to play there, but white would be looking at moves like this next. So this would be the follow-up after white won. So that's one way white can approach that corner enclosure in the right. I actually made a video about it. So yeah, just go to my channel and you'll find videos about the Joseki-like positions like this. So I don't have a link ready, but yes, I do have a Joseki commentary of this Joseki. And or white could play something a bit more conservative on the top like this. In either case, at any point, well, if white plays there, maybe black's going to play here. This would be the good move locally. But also, sometimes you'll see black playing the through 3 points fairly soon. So when white has played star points like this, the 3 points come very quickly. Okay. Um, So in the game, white plays, and because of that, just because computer analysis favors early 3 points, you do see a lot of people playing this corner enclosure from the start point. In the old times, you might say, before we had AIs like Katago, or even you might say before AlphaGo, people didn't play these tight corner enclosures from a start point so much. So it was more like the type of move you would play from a 3-4 point. So white plays both of those, getting rid of both of the 3 points. So making some territory there. And the right side was big too, but black played here. So for instance, what I'm saying is black could have played something on the right side. Again, when I became a professional, something in the middle of the side like this would be standard. And nowadays, you'll probably see people... Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to do that. You'll probably see people playing the Kakari here. So even though white's already answered it, you might say it at N17, it's still played. The approach move here is still played. Kicking here is big too. Obviously, if white plays anything locally, that's going to be a difficult fight for white. So white takes a big point. Yeah. So that's sort of a surprise. The left side it looks big too. So I would play here. The right side and the left side of the board look like they're sort of Mii-like, interchangeable points. So yeah, this is an interesting move that people played it before we had computers. So I mean, before we had AIs. I'm talking about computer programs like Katago now. The accessible ones are Katago or like Lila 0. There's also some programs you can get to at servers on the net. Like I think you can get to Fine Art. Maybe that's on Fox. And then there are some of the computer programs that you cannot use to study. So like for instance, AlphaGo would be an example of that. It's not active anymore, and it wasn't all that accessible to start with. But once we had these computer programs, we started seeing this move even more. So the idea behind this move is that if black covers here, white's going to push. And if black continues extending like this, eventually this white stone is going to be a hane on top of the black stones, which is supposed to be good shape. And also it's working well to surround the right side of the board. So that would be a fairly large potential territory there. If black pushes this way, and I'm talking about the two pushes because usually you would see white either crawling here or pushing here. So these would be the moves that would be considered standard or orthodox. And this is a bit unusual. However, when black plays like this, on one side, white is threatening to do stuff like this, which is very a big hane. I'm going to close off the bottom part of the board. And white, the stone at 1 is still surrounding black from above. So that's the idea there. Or if black pulls back, white can still play here. And so the white stones, or we could look at it with this example. If black pulls back now. This is sort of an example of the white stone at 1 being in the middle of 3 stones. So there's a proverb saying that the middle of 3 stones is a key point or a shape move. And it's talking about the middle of 3 stones 1 space away, like this move 1 is. So that's what the shape is. So it's sort of hitting a key point in black's shape. So that's the whole idea behind this capping move here. And black played away. So black could have pushed here. And it would have been something like this variation. So I'm not sure how this would continue. It could turn into some kind of a fight. A pretty hot fight. I think I would need to have some research to be able to play this fight. Or black could just leave it for the time being and play something from this side is a move that I would consider. This is moving towards the right side and sort of leaving that black stone as a kind of just sacrificing it. So maybe black would jump in here. So this would be another option for black. Okay. Thank you, Masco. Yes. Okay. So back to the game. So in the game, black did not do that. Let's get back to the game. Okay. So black played here, yeah. And pincer. So that's a big pincer. And black plays the double hane here. And this is the joseki that we see a lot of nowadays. So in the old days, you might say, white would probably play like this. This would be the old-fashioned joseki. Maybe something like this. And I guess it would be pretty close to even. So this is feasible. But you don't see it so much nowadays. You see more of people either playing down like white did in the game, like this. Or sometimes you see a double hane like this. So it's just, in this case, black would probably play a hanging connection. And white gets to play an atari underneath. Black plays here. Threatening a double atari at d3, d17 that is. And white will probably solve that by taking the 1 stone. Something like this, and probably a pincer. So this is another way the fight could have turned out. And the game white went straight down. So the idea with this move is that if black plays a hanging connection, white's going to extend here. And it's similar to the previous shape, only white has not played. This would be the same as the shape that I was just showing you. And it seems to be slightly better for white not to have that exchange played. So the Damezumari of the two white stones is that fills a liberty of the white group also, which can be a problem. Yeah, Old Fashions is just a few years ago. But yeah, everything changed with our new programs that we call AIs. Otherwise, black can try. This is something that black might do, in which case white will cut here. At this stage of the game, it's probably not good to look for co-threats. If black had a good co-threat, black could play here. Let's see how this turns out. And would be looking for a co-threat somewhere on the right side, maybe. So it would be, white would take the ko here, or peep maybe. So I guess maybe, yeah. Maybe this could happen, but usually you don't see black having co-threats at this stage of the game. And the joseki, you might say, the variation that you see a lot of, is black playing like this, pressuring white from above. So let's get back to the game now. So it's black's turn here. I don't actually use Leela very much anymore. Katago is just so much more fun. So that was a question from Thalanoff. Skoon on... That was YouTube chat. Okay. Leela is... It's still strong, but okay, that's an interesting move. But Katago gives you territory scores, which is something that I like to use. And Katago is better, to be frank. Okay, black plays an attachment on top of the white stone. Sort of comes unexpected. And let's see, white could play a hane on the outside. Yeah, like that. But black's probably going to play here. So he'd probably just continue locally like that. It's sort of Dozakuish, yes. That's Hunky Kong. Yes. Very much so. Attaching to a weak stones. The black stones are weak also. So yeah, it's sort of... You see a lot of attachments nowadays. I was sort of liking the co-variation, but I don't know how it was going to turn out. So this is a variation that I was sort of liking. Turns out white has a co-threat too, probably. So this would have been interesting, and I'm not sure how it would be good or not. But the game move, yeah, this took me by surprise. I guess if white... Yeah, okay. Okay, so this is turning into a trade. Uh-huh. So they both have good shape. I think a lot depends on how this is going to turn out on the lower part of the board, because that exchange of a black shoulder hit for a white capping move on the right, it does sort of heat up that part of the board, and that if white captures the whole area, that's going to be surrounding territory on the 6th line. So for instance, if white does something above, I'm just throwing out ideas here, but like if white does something like this and gets the whole side, that should be fairly big. So so it does heat up that area. I'd say the game is still close enough to even. Like it's probably Okay, Lamanath Productions is talking about the Chochkun versus that was, I think it was a Japanese program. Tencho no Tencho. Yes, I think it was Tencho. And that's way weaker than Katago is now. Um, but it was still professional strength. Oh, it was Lilabot? Okay, white extended down. This is kind of a asking move, trying to figure out um, trying to ask how black is going to capture those stumps. So black has a number of ways to deal with this. And depending on how black does that, white will have different forms of aji. So for instance, let's see. Like any way black does it, even if black plays something simple like this, nothing is going to happen immediately. Doesn't look like it's so promising for white locally. But he probably has some potential, for instance, probably not immediately, but moves like this maybe, just forcing from above. Or if black connects here, then in some cases white will be able to play forcing moves from this side or this side. So just rather than having it in Atari like this, I guess the idea is that extending once and seeing how black finishes it off. There's nothing immediately happening with this move, but it's some potential. It's some aji that white has created. Okay, Derek Niels is talking about the game with 5 pros against AlphaGo. And that was the time that AlphaGo was actually playing against KJ. So that's one of the players today. Right, exactly. Oh yeah, it was Zen. So that's the same as Tencho. Okay, Lamanath Productions remembers that it was Zen who played against Chochkun. And yes, so that was the Japanese program, and it was not as good as Katago is now. But it was professional strength. Okay, back to the comment by Derek Neal. There was a team of 5 Chinese players who played against AlphaGo. That was in the AlphaGo game against KJ. They had a match of, I think it was 3 games. And that was after Lee Sedol. So it was a couple of years, I think, after Lee Sedol. And, less than 2 years. And AlphaGo was extremely strong. The biggest difference between AlphaGo and programs like Katago is that Katago runs on your computer, a personal computer. And at this stage, they're all stronger than human pros. So it doesn't really matter to me which program it is I'm using. It's more like the interface, the fact that Katago gives me territory scores as well as winning percentage. Winning percentage is a good piece of data, but it's not the way we understood the game in the past, at least. So maybe young people who are growing up with these computer programs are comfortable with winning percentage scores. But we used to calculate who was winning by counting the territory and then estimating the areas that were not yet territory. So that's the way we thought about it. And it does help me a lot to have the territory score or an estimate of the territory. And that's average too. So like you get crazy decimals, but it's an average of the various scores that the computers gain. Exactly. So Derek Neal is, the problem with winning percentage is that a half point can be a 90 something percent win. Exactly the point. So it does help when you have a estimate of the territory. Okay, so white has reduced the top side, and I think just with these two stones on the left side, which are clearly a sacrifice, white probably is looking at that cut on the fourth line that I was talking about earlier. So like in some cases, white will be cutting here. So that's about as much as white can expect. If white has another reinforcing moves somewhere on this side, sometimes this can set up, I'm just playing random moves for black here. Sometimes it can set up something like this, in which white will be hoping to cut here, which would be ideal. It would be, in this case, it would be some kind of a squeeze where you can see white getting some extra forcing moves. So sometimes white can use the potential from this side. Sometimes white can be using it with moves from this side, sometimes. It sort of depends on, nothing really works yet, so it sort of depends on how the game is going to continue. So black probably doesn't want the answer on the top because black has a secure shape in the upper left corner. So that corner is pretty strong. In most cases, I would expect the whole left side to be a black territory. And black has an area on the top side also. And so what white has done with this stone that white just played is white has reduced the top side. And it's already reduced. So answering something like this on the fourth line would give white the opportunity to play something. I don't know where white's going to play on the bottom, but like, for instance, like this or like this. Another move on the bottom. So white's reduced black, and then white gets to increase white's area, which is really good for white. So answering on the fourth line like this is probably not big enough scale. And black doesn't really, at this moment, black doesn't really have potential for an attack from above either, because white has a lot of space there. Okay, so black played on the bottom side. So like I was saying, when black plays here, white's probably going to push on the fourth line. And that white stone on the sixth line there, it's a cap. So it's that with that move, white has capped the black group. So it is functioning as a part of the attack on the black group on the bottom side. So when we get to this position, obviously white would be better off. White would be more happy if that stone on the sixth line was a hane on the fifth line. But you can't start with that move. Like, if that move was on the fifth line, black would be pushing through in this direction. So it has to be on the sixth line for this to work. And it's still in a, if white pushes here, it's still in a pretty good place. Although white would like it to be on the fifth line, the sixth line is still a pretty good place. That's your end of the 4-5 on the left. Okay. Yes. Okay, so at this point, bumping against the white stone, it doesn't look so exciting for black. So like this would be really good shape for white, and white would probably continue with something like this. The ladder favors black, so maybe white will push again. So white would be consolidating the right side in this variation. So yeah, maybe an extension on the side. or black could play the Hanetsugi underneath. So in this variation, black is looking at Samaji with the clamp here. So that's why black would be, that's why I'm suggesting the Hanetsugi on the second line. Otherwise, an extension on the side would be a big move. Okay. Okay, so today there's some other games going on in the same tournament. So there's a game between Fan Tingyu for China and Kang Dongyun for Korea. There's a game between Won Sunjung, probably not pronouncing that well, and Gu Jihao for China, and Kwon Hyojin, I don't know that person, and that's Nakamura Sumire for Japan, and Kwon was for Korea, and Lee. I have trouble pronouncing some of these names. I probably shouldn't be calling them out. Let's see. I guess those are the games that I would be interested in. Okay, so white's played a pincer, but this means there's going to be a hane on the fifth line for black. We'll probably see black play it. So, and yesterday there were also some games in this tournament. There was a game between Shin Min-jun. Let's see, who did Shin Min-jun play? Yeah. So yes, let's just go back a move. I forget who Shin Min-jun's opponent was. Let's see, I can find it here. I think he played against Yang Dinshin. Yes. And Yang Dinshin must have won. Yeah, so that was yesterday. And Shin Jinso played against Mi Yuting. So that was an exciting game. It was very closely fought. And Shin Jinso won that game. Yes, Ma Shou-shun is not in this tournament. He might still be playing. So when black plays here, I don't hear of him very much nowadays. So maybe he's retired. So black is looking at the cut here, which would capture the one white stone. And although it's just one stone on the edge of the board, it's pretty big because it gives black a living shape. And white needs one more move here. And the stone with a triangle on it, the marked stone, it's not 100% useless. So like if black, I don't know if black can actually get this far in, but if black, this 10 here is a point that black could be aiming at. So he might be coming a bit more shallowly into the white territory, but that stone still has some nuisance value there. So this would be a good result for black with a life incentive. So that's why white played this way, and black did get to break through there. So that's what the Hanetsugi on the second line accomplished. Black could break through here, and now white is faced with a choice of trying to continue the attack, which would be a move like this, or continuing to surround the territory, which would be a move like this, and it would allow black to do something like this. And black would escape out into the center. Yes. People in chat are talking about where to see these games. If you want to look at them on a Go server, most of the Go servers, the Asian Go servers, they tend to have some or all of these games. Okay, so white jumped on this side. And the fight is going to sort of slide into the right side here. So at any point, black can get at least one eye on the bottom, but the moves will be a bit painful. So black is not going to hurry to do that probably. So for instance, if black plays here, a shape like this would usually be one eye on the bottom, and it will be difficult for black to sort of manipulate it into two eyes. So black can get one eye here, and it would probably be the final move that black plays, to play here and make that eye. So black needs to make another eye on the right side of the screw, which is an area that could become a white territory. So it's more attractive for black to be doing that. Okay, so that was more than I expected. It's not really connected to the black stones on the left. So, for instance, a move like, for instance, a very solid move would be a curl around. Sorry, let's see how. Okay, I have control now. A more solid move would be to play here, a very methodical move. Or black could try something a bit more fancy with this, in which case if white pushes through, black will have more momentum moving towards the right side. So this would be working very well for black. So maybe white's going to play on this side. This would be another way black could play. So in this case, the white shape is, as far as shape is concerned, it's not so good. White's probably going to play on this side now. So white's attack will continue. But the three stones sort of in a line there on the left, they're not so good shape. So maybe this is okay for black. So I would be thinking in that way. Problem with this is that it's not connected, but maybe he's asking white to cut it off, and black's gonna take it from there. So for instance, if white plays here, white can cut this stone off. Oh, thank you. A foolish monkey is giving me a present, so thank you. I can get some coffee with that. O15. Exactly. O15, it's probably better to cut here at O14. And black can push through maybe, or maybe omit this exchange. Eventually black will be doing stuff like this. Or maybe like this. So black is using the sacrifice on the right to get better shape on the left. However, it's sort of difficult to find a random move for white in this board position. But white's not going to play at 8. But there is some, I did want to sort of demonstrate that there is some potential aji on the left here with moves like this, or moves like this, for instance, where black can hope to, in this case, black would be looking at a tesuji here maybe. So there is some stuff that could be happening here inside white's area, and that means that the stone at 1 is not a total loss. So I think that's how black is planning to use this stone. So here we are. It still looks like the natural move for white would be to cut this stone off. Like, if white doesn't do that, and we have black connected up in a shape, for instance, something like this, then black has destroyed the whole white territory on the right, and should be able to make 2 eyes. Like, it doesn't look too difficult for black to make a eye with sente on the right side. And so maybe something like this. And eventually, it's such a difficult board position that I have trouble. At some point, black can play 6 with sente to get a second eye. Okay, instead of O14, someone is asking what's wrong with O15. Well, I don't like the shape, but maybe it's okay. Maybe it would work to a certain degree. But white would need to add 1 more stone pretty soon. The problem with it is that if black gets to play this move, well, yeah, white's not going to cut there. But if black gets to do stuff like this, it gets into really ugly shape. So the shape with this stone, even if we look at it this way, which is probably dangerous for black also, but if we look at it this way, it's really clumpy, bad shape for white. So that's why I just sort of automatically didn't like this move for white. I didn't like this shape. And it's much better shape to be playing this way. But there are some, so this is the game move. So looks like Park agreed with me. But there are some exceptions to this kind of feeling that we have about the game. So like if you research with a computer program, the intuitive moves are not always, the moves that we think are intuitive are not always correct. So humans have a pretty good idea, especially pros have a pretty good idea of what good shape and bad shape is because of our life experience. But that is, sometimes the computer has a better answer. And so those are the big surprises that I get sometimes. So black's going to sacrifice that one stone on the right and is going to push through on the left and get some good shape towards the center, I would assume. I think one big issue with this is how much aji black can leave behind, how much potential black can leave behind on that right side there. Because if that's a white territory, it's going to be more than 30 points. It's going to be close to 35 points if we count that as a white territory. So like, for instance, if we made a diagram like this, that's about 35 points. So like I would count it something like this. Yeah, so if we draw a line on the fifth line here, that's probably exactly 35 points. So if we just draw a straight border line there. So that's about how big white's territory is. Black would like to have a bit of aji there to make it just a bit smaller. So another kind of standard tesuji that black would have to try to make use of this stone on the right would be to wedge here and then be looking at the double atari. So I guess this is another kind of a shape move played with or without the 1-2 exchange. It's a kind of a shape move where black could be, wouldn't be surprised if black ended up playing here anyway though, because in this case white gets to play an atari from above. So it would be a good shape, but it could end up being the same variation. If it worked, black would like to play from here, but in this case it looks like white is going to play strongly here. And although black can break out, it doesn't look very promising for black to finish this fight with Sente and be able to move back to the right. So like if black ends up adding a lot of stones here, and white gets to add a stone here, for instance. Now that's closer to 40 points. So the white territory has expanded a lot because of all this fancy stuff that black was trying. So it's not really working very well for black. There's also the fact that white's position on the left here is so solid that there's not really going to be any exciting follow-ups for black. Okay, so black played the connection. This was the game move. And I would expect he's just going to push through. Unless he wedges. So it's one of those two. Yeah, so white is going to have a fairly sizable territory on the bottom right. I would expect it to be somewhere around 30 points. Although I say there is a question of how much potential black can leave behind. It's probably not going to be game-changing potential. So let's call that for the time being. We'll say that white's going to get 30 points there. White does have a nice territory in the lower left also. So that's more than 20 points. It's pretty close to 30 points also. So I'd say white has, it's starting to look like white's going to have something like 60 points. Maybe the lower left is more like 25, but still hard to say. So 55, 60 points. Black needs 60 points to win. The only area that I would call black's territory, I'd say the left side is probably going to be black's territory. So that's close to 30 points. And then the upper right is just an area that black controls. So what happens to the upper right part is pretty important. So yeah, I'd say that white's, Victor Snyder is asking me whether I like white or black better. And white's territories are getting close to being established. So I very much doubt that black would be able to do anything against white in the lower left. So that's something like 25 points that I feel fairly secure about. And it looks like the lower right is going to be somewhere around 30 points also. And so these are two goals that white is very close to achieving. And so they'll be established as this fight continues. Black's upper right, it probably takes 2 or 3 more moves to make it a black territory. So black needs 2 or 3 more stones in the upper right to make that a territory. Black's left side is pretty much limited to the 4th line. So that's assuming it becomes a black territory, it's somewhere around 30 points. So to talk about the upper right, it's a bit early in the game to be saying anything, but like if we assume things cool down a bit here, so like in a case like this, black's not going to play this tightly, but for instance, if black played like this, black would be alive already, and that would end the fight here. One way that white can approach the top side would be to play here. This is one of the standard ways of attacking the 2-space high corner enclosure. So the black shape there in the top right. And if black plays here, and here. So I think this is an AlphaGo move. It was one of the moves that was introduced to the Go scene by AlphaGo in one of the collections of its self-played games. So I think it was maybe Zero playing against itself, or something. Maybe it was that series of that set of games. Before that, we used to play the extension on the 3rd line, but it turns out this move it's an easier way to handle this. So if black plays on the outside, white has a living shape in the corner. If black plays towards the corner, white still has the potential hane here. And so it's relatively easy for white to make 2 eyes. Maybe black's going to play here, in which case white has to choose hanging connection. Quite often you see something like this, in which case sometimes white's going to play this move when white makes 2 eyes. Sometimes white is going to be playing this move to get a bit more of black's territory. Sometimes white is going to dodge out like this. And in this case, would probably continue something like this. And so sometimes white is moving to the left here, taking away the side territory. And there are also moves like this, or the 3-3 invasion. Various ways for white to attack this Shimari. These more depend on particular board positions. So I would say that in general, the easiest move to use is this one, where black will almost always cover the star point. It's the best move for black. And this move, in most board positions, this move works to a certain degree. So it's a relatively safe variation to remember, because when you're in an area controlled by your opponent, obviously you can get into trouble if you play a special move that doesn't work in that position. So in that way, this is the relatively easy way to invade that corner. Okay, we're still at this point in the game. Okay, Hunky Kong wants to attach under the middle stone. I think he's talking about that stone in the middle of this side. Let's just take a quick. It's not such a laughable move actually. So a move like this, it would be one way. Attachments like this allow white to get a bit more room, whether it's on the left. Black makes the decision of whether white gets to move to the left or the right. But it would, like if we compare it to a move like this, it's going to get a bit more room when white is confined to the left side of it. So it is a play, although I would not play it in this board position because I think the right side of that is much more important than the left side. So I would be more inclined to be doing stuff like this move that these moves that I was talking about in the corner, or an invasion to the side. I would be these are the moves that I would be looking at. Okay, so they've stopped here. Interesting place for black to be stopping. I'll just repeat what my view is that it's a question of whether black pushes through first or wedges first. And this still looks like the best move to me, so it doesn't seem to make any difference which move black starts with. And so in that way, it seems strange that he's taking so much time finding his move. Okay, that's a good question. So Papa's neck is asking about black h17, which is the invasion is the invasion here. So yes, after black creates a living group, depending on how that happens, sometimes black can aim at this, but it's not something that black really wants to base his strategy on, because an invasion like this works best when both white groups. So if we divide this into the white group in the corner, and the white stone at is at L17. So the white stone on the right and the white group on the left. Both of these should be weak for this invasion to be really good. So like in this case, it's only this group on the right that white has to deal with, and the group in the corner is very strong. So it makes this invasion less effective. Just comparing it to a position where the corner was unstable also, it's much less effective. So it's not effective enough for black to be sort of making plans to do that. It's something that might happen later in the game, but it's not going to be a big deal whenever it happens. So that would be my answer to the idea. Like if black does stuff like this, just for an example, if black gets a strong position here, yes, this will become a feasible move. But even then, it's probably not going to be a game-changing invasion. Black will spend a lot of moves escaping, and white doesn't have to add any stones to the corner, which means that white will just be reinforcing this one group on the side. And for instance, in this case, it's going to lead to a counterattack in the center. So probably not worth it until much later in the game. Okay, so black pushed through. Black does have the option of pushing once more, but the shape move would be to clasp the one stone. Okay, so I've talked about things generally. What I'm not really going into depth there with is black's move on the third line here. And like locally, it probably doesn't work, but it can be really annoying. and it's difficult for me to give you a diagram. So it's something that like it could happen immediately, it could happen later in the game, it could happen in combination with a preparatory move like this, which would be looking at the attachment of move, which is it's going to reduce white's territory to a certain degree. So stuff like this could be happening on the right side, and it's not very clear to me how successful it will be. So like this, this would lead to a kind of a race to capture like shape from the corner, but it doesn't look like it's really working for black. Not quite. Okay, he played it. Okay, so that there was that exchange. And like I said, I don't see how it's going to be working immediately. But there is some aji. Like there's aji related to a black peep here, or a black attachment here. Or sometimes if black plays here and gets to play this move. Let's see, this would be maybe it would be a kind of a co-like situation if stuff like this happens. No, it's not quite working. As far as I can tell, it doesn't seem to work quite. But like there's a kind of a scent of potential here inside the corner. So it'll be interesting to see how he tries to make it work. But for the time being, black does have to pay attention to the group on the left there also. It doesn't have, it doesn't seem to clearly have two eyes yet. Yeah, so for instance, something like this. So like something like this, and let's say white plays away. So maybe it's more realistic for black to be looking at moves like this, for instance, in which case if white pushes through, this looks like we might have something happening here. So like in a variation, something like this, it's starting to look troublesome. So this would probably be a seki or a ko or something. So it's an example of how it could work. Okay. Yes. So Papa's neck is making a valid point here. Since white answered from the outside, so this was an exchange of a move inside white's territory for a move that was relatively outside. And so this exchange can be something that we call mochikomi, which is playing inside your opponent's territory and as a result actually increasing the size of your opponent's territory. So that kind of thing can happen, but it would be, for instance, it would be even worse if it was something like this, like a move like this, which is actually changing the borderline of white's territory. And arguably the game move, it's not really changing the borderline. So black can probably still play moves like this later in the game if nothing happens with it. And black is still looking at some potential to be forcing from the center. So the ideas of moves like this and this, for instance, with a potential to attack these 3 stones. This is a net, by the way. So there's that potential there, and all sorts of bad aji, like I was showing you. Even in this case, it looks dangerous. So some bad aji there, involving the whole situation is very dangerous for white. So there is some aji there, and it sort of depends on black. It looks to me like it depends on black reinforcing the group on the left first. Oh, he played away? Yeah, I wasn't expecting that one. And in some cases, like if black, at the very least, like you can expect black to get some, yeah, so some forcing moves. Like this is probably going to be forcing. And even if black doesn't really get a lot in the corner, and then moves like this will probably be forcing also. So white would be answering that. And black would be getting a little bit out of it. And not so bad in this case, maybe. But playing away took me by surprise. So I guess locally white's going to play something like this. Would be a natural looking move. Uh-huh. So black's probably going to use co-threats here. Because connecting here would be a bit painful. So maybe it's going to use this as co-threats. So that's another value of playing this exchange on the right side. Black has some co-threats that can be used in this go. Like if white captures on the left, this looks like it's just going to be a dead shape. Black's going to win the race to capture in this case. So that's how that would work. So it has given black some co-threats in the corner. So that's a valid reason to play it too. It does help. Mm-hmm. It is an aggressive way to play. Um, but like I said, I think that the white probably does have something like 30 points on the right side and something like 25 points in the lower left, probably. So black does have to establish some territory in the top right to have a close territory, a close fight in territory. So that's what he's trying to do with this move. So this would be a good time for white to find something really effective towards the top left corner. I mean the top right corner. White could play, let's see, where would white play if white wanted to escape? In the top left. Instead of N13. Hmm. So Schoon was asking me if I've met KJ. Yes, I have. Um, let's see. Actually, when I was participating a lot in the international tournaments, maybe he wasn't around yet. So not sure I met him in international tournaments. More like players like Ma Shou-shun, Niu Ping. That's Joy in Japanese, in case you know the Japanese pronunciation. And then players like Googly. Yeah, and after that, I wasn't playing so much in the international tournaments when KJ became strong. But I did meet him when he played AlphaGo. So, yeah, he came with, I think some members of his family came with him and he was having tea out in the patio. And yes. So I met him there. We were at the same hotel, or in the same area, that is. But of course, he was preparing for his match with AlphaGo, so we didn't socialize very much. People are talking about this black group on the bottom dying. I don't think that's very likely. Um, and part of it is the fact that black has this Aji, so yeah, in the corner. So it's probably going to be difficult for white to accomplish anything like that. Okay, yeah. So this is a shape move. Usually it's sort of combined with the 5-4 point. So someone was talking about that, I think. So like this kind of shape. Let's see if I can, yes. This kind of shape is a kind of a thing where white has a potential Atari from this side. The idea being that this white's sort of making a shape to connect out like this. Or if black plays here, that's a good exchange. So he didn't play 1 against 2. He just played here immediately. Okay. So when your opponent plays an attachment like this, you have a choice. People are talking about my tea. This was jasmine. Today it was jasmine. But I drink sencha also. So when your opponent plays an attachment like this, you have a choice of extending in one or the other directions or playing a hane in one of the directions. So the 4 moves just in general, when 2 stones hit each other like this, the safe moves would be some kind of extension. But in a position like this where black has a local majority of stones, a local advantage, you want to think about a hane. So it would be this move or this move. I think if black plays here, white's going to be playing here next. If black plays here, maybe white's going to be playing here. So if black does play one of these hanes, white will be trying to make kind of a light shape or try to play some forcing moves against black. So this would be an example where the ladder sort of becomes important. In this case, it looks like white can capture in a ladder towards the center. So if white can capture that in a ladder, even though black gets the territory on the left side, now white has pretty good eye space. So this would be a lot, and white still has room to get in here. Sorry, it would be this move. Unless white plays an attachment. So white does have various ways to get into the top side still. So I think that's the idea that white has with this attachment. If black extends, then it has reduced the top side, and it's a good exchange. If black plays a hane, white's going to try to make some kind of, we call that sabaki. So white's going to try to make some kind of a shape here. If black leaves it, white's probably going to play moves like this to reduce the side. So in this case, the left side is getting pressed down, as well as white's sort of connected up to the top side also. Okay. So the other move that I would consider, so for white, I don't really like pulling back. It seems such a submissive move, and it starts to make heavy shape. So if I'm not going to play here, maybe I would consider this move also. Yeah. Yeah. Problem is, when this happens, that exchange of 1 for 2 is helping black, because in this case, white had stuff like this to do, which would have made it really easy for white to connect up and make some eye space there, with the threat of pushing through on the third line. So, so black would have to answer that, and white would already be pretty much alive, but could continue with something like this to make some space there. So I sort of like playing a hane on this side better than I like this one, which is losing some opportunities there. So like this becomes much more dangerous for white when white cannot really continue locally. So this would, I don't think this is going to be a very much of a success for white. Oh, but he played that move, so yeah, maybe I was wrong. Okay. Victor Snyder is asking, you can play Black Tiger instead of the hane. I think he must have been talking about this move, playing here. The problem with this is that it's not touching the white stone, so it's not so much of a strong attack. And white playing here would be threatening to attack this weakness here. So black would have to answer that submissively. And it's just like white would be getting some extra forcing moves here. Getting pretty light shape. Maybe white would cut again. It seems a bit too slow as far as an attack is concerned. Okay, so white played a hane on that side. Cutting looks dangerous. So I was suggesting this move for black. Cutting here, black has to return to the left here. So it means that white would get a ladder. So that's not working for black. Playing here, this is also a ladder. It's probably okay for white just to do this. So yeah, I would just play here. I guess the other option would be to connect, or play something like this and then connect. SRTD, huh? I don't know how that's supposed to, well, someone on YouTube is asking me, did white get something out of omitting d5? And I don't see what white got out of it. So like I might have been playing it starting with d5. So we're talking about white's attachment here, where it would have been, I'd say that the normal way to do it, like the average pro would be, if I was thinking of doing something in the upper left here, I would be thinking of starting with the attachment here and then playing a hane. So this is like the normal way to go about it. And playing the attachment immediately was improvising on it. So it's doing something unusual. And I don't see exactly how it's supposed to be working. Okay, so black doesn't want to be pushed around here. So this is about where I would be wanting to cut and extend. So I've actually, this is not the first time I've done this variation. I don't know exactly how this is going to continue here. But like if we say that white just gets this exchange, it's not as if white has made any eye space. So I say that locally black should be happy enough with this variation. Okay. So black has 2 points to cut. So makes it all. Yeah. People are talking about Lee Sedol. One of the reasons that he gave when he retired was that he could not beat AI. So, yeah, I guess it's okay to say that. Okay, Victor Snyder, yeah. Lee Sedol also retired. Um, there was talk that he retired because he had some troubles with his federation. I probably shouldn't talk about that too much when I don't really know. Mm-hmm. The F4 cup cut is the F6 cut, I believe. Or 14. I think in this system it's 6. But yes, this cut, let's do a variation. And I guess here, maybe something like this would be a normal continuation there. Maybe here. Sorry. I was going to do that with a white stump. Yeah. Maybe something like this. There's a bit more Aji with this stone now. So this is a lot more dangerous than it was before. So for instance, if we say something like this happens, maybe it's not quite working. This way, maybe. Yeah, probably not such a convincing success for white, but stuff like this is starting to become a potential problem. In this case, black has got a good position in the center of the board, so not necessarily good for white. But there is some Aji here when white breaks into the left side. So that's how these two stones that white has sacrificed on the left, they can start doing stuff. Hmm. Okay, so black has to choose from one of the cuts. So black, let's just go through the variation once more. If black plays here, black would like to make it heavy by playing here, but this is bad because white can break through and cut here. So that would be a collapse for black. And so black's going to play here, probably something like this. Eventually, white can make a second use of this marked stone. So for instance, um, playing forcing moves from the outside. So sometimes white can get a little extra forcing move from the outside here. Something like this, for instance. So it can be reused. So that's how white would be playing in this case. Okay, so black cut that side. Oh, he played the Turi. So when he plays the Turi, now he's going to cover on the third line. So, like I was saying, if black connects here, this is going to be a collapse. So he's probably going to cover on this side. Of course, if white were not to extend, this would be a lot better for black than the previous diagram, because now black gets to capture the one stone. So this would be too good for black. So white does have to extend here. Hmm. This black group on the bottom, it's not alive yet, but it will be very difficult for white to kill it. So that's why they're sort of leaving it for a while. Okay, let's see if I can find some other games. I think we have the most interesting game. Let's see. Yeah, let's just go back to the main game here. I think I'm okay sticking with this game. I don't see why white doesn't extend once. It looks good to extend once before white tries anything next. Sumire-chan. Find a rank. We can look at Sumire's game. She's playing, that's a different game. We can look at the Shinjinso game yesterday. I know something about that game. So this is already over. It was played yesterday. Another standard opening, and after playing one Kakari at the top, black jumped into the through 3-point. So this was actually the most exciting game that we had yesterday. So the names here on the right, they're wrong. This is Shinjinso has black. Shinjinso has white, and Mi Yuting from China, he has black. So two of the top players from the two countries, actually. And the game is pretty even up to this point. So throughout most of the game, it was pretty even. So these were pretty crazy moves. I was surprised by this move that black played. I was surprised by the peep here, in which white seems to be trying to squeeze from the center. And I was surprised by this move that black played. So all of these moves came as surprises to me. And it went into this interesting variation. Black is alive in the corner and is reducing white's lower side. The game, it's close enough. My computer had some problems with some of the moves, but it agreed with this one, which was another unexpected for me move. And this whole sequence, except for the white move on the second line here. So they're playing fairly close to the computer advised moves, you might say. Okay, so white is one move away from being alive on the top side. White can make a second eye on the second line there. Has an eye on the fourth line. And also has some room to escape out towards the center. And so black left it for the time being. Katago was giving white a slight advantage at this stage. So black ends up connecting up to the corner. And yes, white is starting to take the lower side, invading the right. Most of the time, white seems to be ahead, but it's not decisive yet. And so they're doing this fighting in the center. Locally, black is winning the race to capture, but white does have this forcing move, and white gets to escape. So these stones in the center have escaped, and white has captured the black stones on the lower side. White's group on the top of the board is not settled yet, so black is going to try to attack that. And so for the time being, it looks like white is thinking of sacrificing the group on the top side. White has gained a lot of territory on the bottom side of the board. And so if white can get some more on the right side of the board, white's going to be okay. When black played here, the solid connection seems to be the losing move here. So this is a game from yesterday. Same tournament. Shinjinso versus Mi Yuting. And Mi Yuting has the black stones. And with this stone, black should have either playing the hanging connection, so that would be this move, which would be more forceful. So the problem with the game move was that when black played here and white played away, so let's just look at the game here. When white played away, capturing the corner with this move, it wasn't optimal. So when black captures the corner like this, obviously it's better for black to have the connection like this. So if the same thing happened like this, then black 1 is a much more effective stone towards the lower side. So there's a big difference there. And so that means that white would not let that happen. and it would be something like this, where black gets a good position on the right side. It's a pretty close game, so it would be undecided in this case. And it turns out that the temporary sacrifice of the corner was super effective. So, and maybe white's going to get the right side too. So in this sequence here, white actually, locally white has to answer this black move. In order to capture the lower side, white would have to answer like this. But in this whole sequence where white managed to capture the right side in a trade, this is where white pulled ahead. And so the upper right corner, it's not so much territory for black. And this whole area, which was an area that black was surrounding, has turned into a right territory on the right side. So this is where white actually won the game. So just to go through the rest of the moves, this is not my main commentary for the day, so you might notice it's sort of abbreviated. White's alive on the top here, and we'll capture this black group on the right. And so yeah, they're just tidying it up at this point, but it's a win for white. So yeah, so that's where Miu Ting resigned. White's captured the right side, and just that was an area. The whole area in the top right was a black area, so that whole area disappeared, and it turned into a white territory on the right side. So that was the decisive point in this game. So just a quick look at, I would call this the main game of yesterday. So now we can go back to today's game. Oh, so white cut there. So that's exciting. Okay, so where are we? Let's get rid of this one. Okay, so white's trying something on the right side. White's going to try to make two eyes. Or maybe white's just going to squeeze. So there is that cut on the fourth line, yes, which is going to come later. And yes, white is Park and black is KJ. Yes. So that's these little stones that I've put beneath them here. That's the only indication. Hope it's clear enough. So yes, so when black, pretty clear that black is probably going to play here. There is a cut here that looks sort of neat. So maybe he's going to do that one and get a forcing move here and squeeze like this. So this is something that could happen. So maybe this is what white is sort of aiming at. I don't see how black really has any choice here. Extending seems to be the only feasible move. Oh, unless black extends in the other direction. The other way to play would be to play here, and black would be going after those white stones on the top. So in this variation, white's group on the top would be, for instance, if black plays here, it's going to be captured. So white's going to sacrifice those stones, but white would get this. In this case, white would get to play here and start attacking black on the left side. So this looks okay for white. So let's go back to that variation where white plays a cut on the fourth line. Black does have to answer this because white, for the time being, white is threatening to capture these 3 stones. So if black answers on this side, white gets to play the target here. So that's the variation I was showing before. If black plays on the other side, that doesn't work. If black plays on the other side, now it looks like white is going to be able to live. So in this variation, white would be able to make 2 eyes. Maybe this way. Or maybe white will play... Yeah, maybe black will... Yeah, maybe something like this. Of course, white can play this one first. Well, this would be a success for white anyway. However, whether white plays that exchange in the center or not, it might be cleaner just to leave it as it is. So that's how that works. And so I would expect black to play on this side, and white gets to play on a target here. And then white's going to play either this squeeze or this way. Looks like maybe this squeeze. The prize money is I think it's 300 million Korean won. And that's probably a few $100,000. Maybe $200,000-300,000. I'm not sure how it converts. Something like that. Prize money for these international tournaments is pretty good. Let's get back to the game. Okay, good. I wasn't so far off after all. So white plays the cut here, asking which side black plays to capture it. So this is the asking move that white was wanting to play throughout this whole variation. So it was what white was, the move that justifies this variation for white. And that, yeah, so if black plays on this side, white will have enough room to live. And if black plays on this side, white gets one more forcing move. So it's very important to play it now. So like if white had not played it and had just played here, then black would probably have different ways to kill white. So like black might, when black plays here, even if white lives, so white would live something like this. It's an exchange of 1 for black 2 before white did that. So that exchange is really bad for white. Just because if black manages to capture this white group, even if black pushes through here, that exchange was really bad. So it's better for white to ask first in the game position when black has to answer locally. Yeah, so this is the game sequence. White cut and black went down. So now, having obtained that extra forcing move on the fourth line at, let's see, that's F4. Now white's gonna, I would say white's probably gonna squeeze from the center. So white has various ways to squeeze. Like the immediate squeeze would turn out this way. And white has a lot of cutting points. Maybe white's gonna try to fix that. Or if white wants to avoid that bad shape, white can play stuff like this. So that would be another way to squeeze. Okay, so it's slowed down just a little bit, and I'd like to take a break for about a quarter of an hour, and I'll be back to continue commentating on this thing. So don't leave the channel. I'll be coming back in about 15 minutes. I'll put a timer out so that you can see when I'm coming back. Just a tea break for me. Let's see if I can do that. Okay, I'm back. So hello everyone. Hello everyone. Um, how's the sound? Sound is okay, I hope. So just to back up to where I left off. Okay, so white chose to force with this move. The value of this is that white doesn't really have to commit yet. So at some point in the game, white might continue with moves like this to make a solid connected shape, or white might play here. There's a potential of losing the tempo, so losing sente, if white does stuff like this. So there's also the fact that in some cases white can squeeze from here. So like if white does it now, it's just black's going to keep on extending. But in some cases, like if there's a white stone here that came to be in relation to a fight somewhere else on the board, then of course white would be squeezing in some cases like this. Or if white gets a lot of stones in the vicinity, then sometimes white will be thinking of actually escaping the stone. So there's some other possibilities apart from the direct squeeze. And just because the whole situation with the upper right area not being secure black territory yet, and the fact that black's group on the bottom side is not alive yet, these various things make the board position a bit volatile at this point. So white's making the danger greater for black by just leaving the potential. So white dived in here. So this move, it works. So if black plays on the top, this is going to work with moves like this or like this. So like, for instance, ideas like this to connect up underneath and make two eyes. So this would be fairly easy for white to live with a variation something like this. Or for instance, this would be an idea also, where white would be making some room in the corner. So for instance, something like this. And black came down like this. Came down. And yeah, so this sort of surrounds the black group. The local fight, black still does have an advantage. But black does have to be careful of these forcing moves that white has towards the center of the board. So for instance, if black tries to break out in the center, white can then use the forcing move to surround black. So that's how white has this forcing move sort of in reserve that white can use at any point to surround black. Just to go back a few moves, in this variation, it would be relatively easy for black to surround the top side. But that's probably okay for white to allow black to get that territory on the side. So that's a potential that white can live with, probably. So for instance, a variation like this. So in the game, black plays the knight's move. Now locally, black does have an advantage here. So for instance, what does black do if white plays here? First of all, this is not really working because it's going to be a ladder. But black can push through and cut here. This would be one potential variation. So for instance, something like this, I would say for the time being, it looks like black has an advantage. So maybe there's going to be a race to capture between these three white stones and the surrounding black stones. It seems to me that black's going to win this race to capture. It might be close, but black seems to have a slight advantage. Or black can play something like this to sort of set that up. So this would be, for instance, something like this would be a relatively easy win for black. And white played here. So locally, this is just a move that white can do. Because of the black stone at N3, white doesn't have much potential in the 3-3 point anymore. So for instance, moves inside the corner, they're just not going to work. So this, sorry, this, they would be pretty much dead. So even if black plays here, it's not working anyway. But say white plays here and here, it's going to be very difficult for white to make this live in the corner. So it's not really working for white. And so it makes sense that now white is not going to try that far, but is going to play from the outside. So black plays here. If black covers here, white does have some potential to live in the corner. Or white can bump against this. In this variation, white would be able to connect up to the side. So that's how locally this move is working. And black went down. So now at any point, white can play here, and these stones would escape, maybe surrounding the black's stone on the side to make a territory for white. But he didn't do that yet. So it's probably not so important yet. Yeah, so he's starting here. Now this is the fight, the race to capture. So yes. So the race to capture I talked about earlier was white extending here, black extending here. This one. Like this just looks like black is going to win. Let's just fill some liberties here. See how it turns out. Yeah, so that's a one move difference. So black won by one move. Although I did it sort of random, filling liberties, it's probably pretty valid what I just showed you. So this race to capture is a one move win for black. White is getting to a certain degree some squeeze from the outside, but white might be able to try to get something a bit better than this. So here black is cut, and so this is where white has to choose. So like white might be considering this move would need a lot of calculation. Potentially it's going to fill an extra liberty of the black root. So if black played the same move here and white played here, that race to capture that black won by one liberty, this white stone at 1 is filling one of those liberties. So if we do exactly the same variation, now it's going to be a win for black. So for instance, so it's going to be a win for white. Did I say that? I hope I said it right the first time. So the fact that the stone at 1 is filling a liberty for black makes this a win for white. When the previous variation, that stone was it was at this point and it was not filling a liberty, so it took white one more move to fill the black liberties. So that's what I was trying to say in any case. Sometimes I get confused, but yeah. So that would be one thing that white could have considered, and if white had done that, looks like white didn't. Maybe black could alleviate that by filling a liberty here, in which case black would be winning by one liberty again. And then white would squeeze. So I think squeezing like this, assuming white loses by one move, actually it probably would be an option for white, because white could still move out with those two stones on the right. But he's actually escaped here. So in the game, white escapes like this. Black is going to be able to capture the white stone in the center, and white is going to escape on the right. So black has a net there in the center. Probably better to take in a net than it would be to take in a ladder. And white seems to be hoping to try to connect up to those two stones on the right side to make a fairly strong position. So that's how, so for instance, something like this. So this would make a white territory on the right side. And the remaining question would be, can this white group on the top, can it survive? It probably can. Like, it's pretty difficult for black to find a move at this point to surround the white group, just because of the weakness here on the left. So, for instance, this kind of thing. White's actually getting better shape because black tried too hard. And this also, it seems to give white some momentum here. It's going to be difficult for black to surround this group, whether white plays this way, or maybe white's going to do this, something like this. So, not so easy for black. But in this variation, black would have to try to capture the white group. Okay, so we could be approaching a climax. Let's take a look at the territory. Okay, it's a different variation though. Okay, just to take a quick look at the territory. There's still kind of some, maybe there could be some trouble brewing in white's lower right area. So that, but if that becomes a territory, that will be something like 30 points. The lower left could be something like 25 points. The upper right black corner, about 15 points now, plus the potential on the side. But for the time being, the corner is about 15 points. And the left side is maybe about 35 points so far. Yeah, and maybe it could be a bit more. So that's 50 points. Yeah, so white does have maybe a slight advantage in territory, but so much still depends on what happens in this local fight. So at this point, white has to decide whether white's going to just escape, or is white going to try to play more aggressively. So because of the fact that the knight's move, for instance, would not be connected, so this isn't actually connected here. If white's going to move out here, it's probably the pushing move that I would choose. or the aggressive move. This would actually surround the black group on the top side. And so it's not dead yet, but cutting it off is obviously, there's some value to that. So why I say it's not dead yet, for instance, if black plays here and does stuff like this, black already has two eyes. So there would be an eye on the third and fourth line here, and there would be an eye on the second line and the first line on the side there. So black has this forcing move at 4 to make it relatively easy to make two eyes. So there's no problem with eyes, but if black does that, black's going to lose the fight in the center. So for instance, white would just take in a ladder. Not only is this big towards the center, it's going to have a bad effect on black's group on the bottom side. So probably not an option to do that. So if we say black plays something like this, and white manages to escape here, maybe black's going to end up having to do something on the top to make a life. So maybe something like this. Sorry. And this is the kind of position where sometimes it becomes viable for white to be doing this anyway. So just to get a more thorough squeeze, and maybe to capture those 4 black stones in the center of the board. Maybe starting with this. Maybe towards the lower side. So it looks like white has some strong fighting options in this fight. So black could be getting into trouble in the center. So it's a kind of a turning point in the game where white has this choice of pushing on the left or pushing on the right at this. This would be the safe move for the time being. It probably, like playing once there and then playing something like this, that's also something that white can consider. Yeah, and this all depends on the fact that it's going to be really difficult for black to kill that group that white has on the left, just because white has all these various ways of playing Like if white gets a stone here, then it's going to be this squeeze. Sometimes white can be looking at escaping out with that stone. If white gets stones in the right places, white can be looking to escape with that stone. There's a lot of potential with this aji on the left here, which white can use to... So at some point, black really feels like he has to add a stone. So like... I'm probably talking about a variation something like this, where it is going to be difficult for black to finish out that group on the left. So yeah, let's just to do that in a proper order of moves. White's probably going to play this first. And maybe here. So black would be losing 3 stones on the right, and could have trouble getting any advantage on the left because of the nuisance value of this stone, all these stones on the left, but in particular that cutting stone at E9, E8 here. So that's how that squeeze, the potential squeeze there is working for white. So it's where white has to choose between this push. This might be better shape actually, this one. But it seems to be one of these 2 pushes. And there's a lot of calculation involved because it could easily turn into some kind of a race to capture. Hmm. Oh yes, and about the time controls, I should have talked about that. So I think they have 2 hours apiece, and after that, they have Byoyomi, or second reading of 1 minute per move. So they have plenty of time here. They started 2.5 hours ago, and so if that averages out, they both have slightly less than an hour. Thank you. I am 13 Yo. Why couldn't black Hane at L5? Well, I think I sort of answered that, but let's go back and take another. Looks like he's going to think about this move for a bit anyway. So the ladder favors white, so that's why black can't do that. So if black plays here and white plays here, this is actually a valid ladder. So that's Skoon who's asking that question. And if black plays on the other side, then white can break through here. And this would be good for white. This would be a success for white. So it doesn't succeed because of the bad ladder. So like locally, black in the game, black played here. And another move that I would consider would be this one. Let's see if I can, yeah. So this would be a kind of a shape move where black is trying to set up that Hane at L5. So in this case, the idea would be that this becomes forcing and white doesn't have time to break through here. But it's still good for Maybe it's still good for black. So it would be like this. This would be a trade. Something like this. Ah. Well, I sort of stumbled into this one. It's probably okay for black, actually. Um, Black still gets to play moves like this to capture some stones. So it's not such a huge territory for white there. So maybe this one would be okay for black. So starting with this move was actually probably an option that would be better than playing here, which is this one is probably a bit too much territory. So I don't like this so much, just because white gets to connect at 10. It's not as good for black as the other variation. So that's why he didn't play that move. Yeah. Well, Byomi, one second reading, as you might translate it, 1 minute per move is just the way it was done for, let's see, ever since they started having sponsored tournaments, which was in the modern sponsored tournaments, that was, I guess it was in the early half of the 20th century. So it's almost 100 years ago when they started doing that. They had regular tournaments like in Japan, there was the Meijin and the Hoinbos. The Hoinbo was the first tournament, actually. Given the name by the traditional Hoinbo school. So they bought the name, the sponsor bought the name. And they had to finish the game so they could put them on. It was a newspaper. So they needed the games to finish for their newspapers and to be on schedule. And so that's where the time limits came from. Originally, they had a lot of time. But in any case, when they ran out of time, it was this system of 60 seconds per move that was standard. So it's been going along for almost 100 years in Asia. And it's been the standard system. If you play on the internet, then some of the servers do use the system, the Fisher system, which was invented, apparently was an idea of Bobby Fischer, the American chess player. And that's a system that I like. The Fisher system, Byoyomi system gives you a certain amount of time each time you play a move. So the original time can be very short. And so, for instance, every time you play a move, you get 10 seconds or something. That's actually the system I use when I teach on the internet. So if you're interested in my teaching, yeah, I should give a link. See if I can find a link. Yes. So people are interested in sponsoring my channel so I can continue putting out videos like this for everyone. You can find my Patreon site where you can support me. So I'll put it down here. Since I was talking about my teaching games, there's a tier where you can get a monthly teaching game out of it. So that's a good thing. I'd say it's worth the money, but of course, yeah. And I think it's good because you don't have to waste time thinking about the future of the game. So like every time you play a move, if you play quickly, you get more time out of it. So you can play the obvious moves quickly and leave that time for the moves that are difficult. So the problem with the traditional Byoyomi is that the player has 1 minute for each move, but some moves are obvious and easy to play, an easy decision, and some moves are very difficult and they require some calculation. And the player only has 1 minute for each of those moves, which means that the tendency is the player will spend a minute for the easy moves also in order to calculate in advance for the future moves. And so this is not a very efficient way to be using the same amount of time. And so I think that like instead of having 1 minute for each move, being able to save a portion of that minute for future moves for the difficult moves is a much more efficient way to be using that time. So that's why I sort of like the Fisher system. Okay, so the black group on the top is isolated. In a previous diagram, I did show that that black group, it can live. So for instance, let's do it again then. So if black plays something like this, and something like this, and something like this, this is not the only way to do it. It's just the most immediately recognizable 2-eye shape for me. So this is an eye on the third and fourth line here, and an eye on the side of the board here. So there's probably a better way to do it, but this is the easy way. And black can fit in a forcing move from the center before black finishes that sequence. So it's easy enough for black to make a living shape. The problem being that at this stage, the black 4 stones in the center of the board are weaker than the surrounding white stones. So that's the problem that black has. And it means that black would like to be able to put some pressure on this white group on the right. And the question is, how long can black persist? So for instance, a move that black would like to do would be to jump here and just cut that white group off. So for instance, if we look at this variation, something like this maybe. White's cut off. White cannot connect up here. Do it this way after all. So white cannot connect there, but white does have the slide here, which is going to put a lot of pressure when white plays first on the top. Now I don't think black's going to be able to lift, so it's going to turn into a race to capture after all. And I think this looks, for the time being, I think it's looks dangerous for black. Should black play O8? Oh yeah, that's the move I was talking about, so good. Wedge in P8, is that possible? P8, yeah, there was a wedge on, so in that variation there was a wedge at P8, but it wasn't a problem. So that's Rainer Pramudi talking about the wedge here, which is not really, it does cut black, but it's not a big problem. So for the time being, black is okay there. In fact, it would fill some of white's liberty. So that would be the problem with this move, is that it would be filling some of black's liberties. I mean, some of white's liberties. So white would be getting into trouble, filling too many liberties. Like white started out with something like 5 liberties for that group on the outside, and 2 of white's liberties have been filled. So it's better to keep that open. It looks like we might end up having a race to capture between this white group and the black group on the top of the board. My gut feeling is that, like, if white slides here, it does look sort of like it might be... it's still hard to say. But let's just do this way. It's not dead yet. So yeah, so if white plays something in the center, it's going to be dead. But yeah, black's going to win this race to capture. So for instance, it'd be fun to do the squeeze like this. So in this variation, black is won by one move. So yes, looks to me like black can play once more in the center, one of something in the center. But after white connects here, that other variation was just a one move difference. So this is going to be it's going to be dangerous for black to continue attacking the white group. And if black does play something like this, white will be able to connect underneath. Okay, people are talking about wedges. So Rainer is new to Go and he's scared about wedges. That's a good. I think that's. Oh, sorry. Being scared about wedges is kind of a natural reaction. Most often, one space jumps are connected. So wedging between two stones like that and succeeding in cutting them off is the exception to the rule. Okay, so I didn't expect black to push through there. This is going to give white an opportunity to connect up, I think. So white can extend, or white can play a hane. So I think white should be okay with the extension here. But maybe the hane works too. So this, so for instance, something like this. And this would just be, looks like it's going to be a collapse. It's going to be a ladder. So the hane or the extension, it's going to connect up too. It's not clear to me which is better. So that was easy. Okay, let's take another look at the territory. So black has captured those two white stones in the upper right. So that territory for black it's larger than 25 points. So it's provided it doesn't get reduced while black tries to live on the top, it's around 25 points. Let's say it's around 25 points. And the left side is more than 35 points. So black has more than 60 points. If we call the lower right area white territory, and like I have a feeling that there might be something in there, but if we call it the white territory, and that may happen because white has kind of a potential attack going on the bottom side, that might mean that eventually it's going to be a white territory anyway in the lower right. So if we call that 30 points, and the lower left about 25 points for the same reason that the black group on the bottom there is still unstable. So white has 55 points. And I just said black has about 60 points. So the territory is reasonably close. But I think black has some weakness in the center of the board. So these force stones have been cut off. And although black can play moves like this to force from the center, maybe this way. Eventually, black is going to be forced to return to the top side. So just leaving this and allowing white to do something like this, black would die. So at some point, black has to return to that. Means white can return to the center and start doing stuff like this, putting a lot of pressure on black in the center of the board. And maybe white can even combine it with, for instance, some kind of an attack against this black group. If we assume something like this and then something like this, I don't see where that black group in the center of the board is going to escape. So that's the issue that I think black has here with this group in the center, potentially getting into trouble. So like I said, the territory seems to be, it depends on a lot of factors, but it seems to be fairly close. And black's weakness in the center, like it's sort of counterintuitive because we started with white invading a black area, but the black force stones are potentially weak here. So that's the problem that black has. Yes, KJ does like to make weak groups. It's because he likes to have a lead in territory. And he's pretty good at handling weak groups, but I think he is going to have difficulty with these force stones in the center. The white group at the top, that's a difficult name to call out. So it's Mating Nat or something like that. Asking about variations for black can counterattack the white group in the center at the top. That is, that's this white group at the top. And I'm going to say because of white's the potential forcing moves that white has. Just for instance, the potential forcing moves, the various forcing moves that white has towards this position black has on the left, they do make it very difficult for black to effectively attack this white group. So that's a big problem for black. The fact that white has all these forcing moves. Yeah. Right. Okay, that's a good question. Frynul is asking, is it possible for black to give up the 4 stones but getting counterplay for it somehow? And I'd say that's unlikely in this position because the game is approaching the end. So there's less room for that. If black can get anything, it will be something towards the lower right corner. So there's the issue of this move that black played at 014, and whether it's losing territory or not, it's really hard to say because it's a kind of a dangerous. There does seem to be some maji there. So like there's this move, for instance, which is not quite. This would be setting up a ko here, but just this forcing move is enough to give white 2 eyes. So it's not, doesn't seem to be working quite. There's moves like this. I wouldn't be surprised if black could get a small life in the corner. So yeah, like if white tries to kill the black group, it's going to be some kind of a ko. So there is something there. It's not as if it's unconditionally going to be a white territory. And how this works out, it could change depending on how black's position on the outside. So like this move would have an effect on that situation in the corner. And so this area in the lower right would be the one area where black could potentially have some counterplay. So that that comment scrolled away already, but yeah, that's my answer to Fry Noodles. I think this would be the area where black could potentially get something back. Monet Dragon is asking, where will black play? That's always the question. Okay, so black is setting up to live on the top, and white has to be careful of a shortage of liberty. So for instance, if white does something like this, it's already bad because black can squeeze like this and is already connected on the side. So white also has to be sort of wary of the connection in the center, which is relatively weak in liberty. So like for instance, if black does something like this, and white does this to connect up, then white has a position in which white has 2 points where white will have to connect up. So white's okay, but white does have to bear that in mind, the potential shortage of liberties. So provided white extends down to the second line, white should be okay. Good morning, Chain Ray. Do I favor? I think the question is, do I favor any player in this game? I'd say my favorite player is Shin Jin-so. Although I like KJ. I like KJ also. KJ is fun because he's kind of a character. He's not afraid of saying exciting things, and so he gets into trouble sometimes. But he is addressing real issues. So like, for instance, when he lost to Shin Jin-so, I forget what tournament it was, he seemed to want to say that Shin Jin-so might have been cheating or something. That was, yeah. I didn't like that, but, and I didn't agree with KJ on that point. But in general, the fact that it's so easy to cheat, like I can take a handheld device like this, and it's going to be stronger than me. Well, I don't know about. It depends if it's connected to the internet. I can get access to a AI that's stronger than me. Or actually the um the apps that you can put into a, for instance, an iPhone or a smartphone. Um, the apps are pretty strong, so they're. I guess I would say they're professional strength. Or if I have a computer, I can have access to a to Karawo or via a Go server. I can get to fine art. So those are names of Go programs that are definitely stronger than the strongest human players. And so, and same problem people have with chess. And I think with Go, we haven't quite perfected the system of detecting people who are using a computer program. So I'm told that in chess they just have a system where they know if you've been using some kind of program. So in general, it is a valid problem. It's an issue that we have to do our best to avoid or to fix. But it was sort of weird when he was talking about Shinji, and it was pretty obvious that Shinji Sho was not cheating. Um, Actually, the rebuttal of that by Shinji Sho was funny because he said that he had seen KJ playing on the same opening a number of times on the internet. And so he just researched that opening. Um, he was completely prepared for everything that KJ did because he had seen KJ doing it on the net earlier. So white has left the top side. White's going to allow black to connect there. So if black plays here, black does get to connect. Locally, white's probably just securing the connection there on the side. And so like it's going to be something like this variation where white is going to try to close off the center here and encircle these black stones in the center of the board. So black's going after these 4 black stones. And if black continues in the center, so for instance, something like this, sorry, if black does something like this in the center, I sort of doubt that black will play these exact moves. Like if I were going to play away, I'd probably start with this move. But let's just have, that would be, I would get busy in the lower right area if I did that. So just to simplify my explanation, extending down here, it's a very big move as far as territory is concerned, and it's going to be forcing, black will have to answer it on the top. So black's going to be forced to make a small life with 2 eyes. So it's a very big move, but white was willing to postpone it. Although ultimately it's going to be forcing. White was willing to postpone it because this issue in the center of the board where white can potentially capture the 4 stones, if white can capture those 4 black stones in the center, in almost all cases, it's going to be a win for white. So white was willing to leave that huge move on the top because the center is more important. So that's the bottom line from my understanding. I think Go is becoming more popular. Even you're in Indonesia, you should be able to find Go players. So you should look for them on the. Oh, Rick Rubenstein's coming. Welcome, Rick. In-person check. Okay. Right. So first to go back to Rainer Permuti's question, I think they're actually in Southern Asia, the level of Go playing is the strength of the players who represent their countries is getting stronger and stronger. And so in the whole area, you should be able to find strong players. But if you want to find a lot of players, you probably have to go to the internet. Yes. So Rick Rubenstein was saying that they're pretty good at catching cheaters on net games, but maybe a bit more difficult face to face. Yeah. I didn't know that. Mm-hmm. That makes sense. But of course, in these games, I think they're still playing remotely. There's still a lot of, it's still very difficult for people to travel around in Asia. There's still a lot of restrictions. And so I think they're still playing safe as far as the COVID virus is concerned. And so they're playing remotely, but there's a referee and cameras on the players. So um, that should be good enough. In the present system, uh, the organizers seem satisfied with having two cameras. One of them a face, a, 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 a picture of the whole area with the player in the center, and then I think they need to have a picture, a camera view of the player's hand, so he can't be doing anything in a blind spot of the other camera. O7 versus L2. L2 is probably bigger, just because it's forcing for black. So that was Fry Noodles asking me to compare the value of this move with this move. And this move is really big because not only does it fill white's liberties, so there becomes some potential with stuff like this. It doesn't quite work though, but it does make a difference. Like it will make this move a forcing move. So they sort of combine them. So this is L2 is definitely the bigger move. Um, because from white's point of view, if white plays here, um, with this exchange of the marked white stone for black 1, white did get rid of some of the liberty issues. So white has secured a better connection to the side for that group that's on the top. And white 2 is going to be forcing against black's group on the top, which makes it really big. So like it's really big. It's creating, in the end game, it's going to be creating this move towards the corner. So that's something like 15 points difference in black's territory. And it was Senten, so that's really big. There's probably no comparison. So yeah, so at this point we're about slightly more than 3 hours into the game, and it looks like KJ is the one who is running out of time here. He's, according to the server that I'm looking at right now, he has almost 17 minutes left. So he's in another quarter of an hour, he should be getting into overtime. Um, right. So the reason White didn't play L2 was that White's connection, there were some issues about it. It was a bit thin, maybe. And if Black takes L2, it looks to me like White can capture those 4 black stones in the center. So that's why White is happy with the idea of postponing playing L2. He has a plan for when Black takes that point. So the plan is to capture Black in the center of the board. Or White could be treating the 2 points as interchangeable to a certain degree. So On even that variation. So for instance, the variation like this where black plays this and white maybe plays, I would play this anyway. Like I really want to play this. And I'm going to assume that white can win the ko once. And then something like this. Even if white doesn't immediately go after those 4 stones in the center, it's still going to be difficult for black to save them. And the group on the bottom, it's not 100% alive either. So I think the bottom line is that black probably doesn't have time to play at L2, and that's why white can afford to postpone it. Okay, yeah, this is a good time to go through the opening quickly. I can do that now. So going back to the beginning, oh, we just saw a move come. So black is doing the connection on the top, and we'll see how white continues. So like, okay, let's just follow that a little bit more then. So when black is thrown in there, it means that black is going to play the connection on the second line. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. It would be bad. Yeah, so black's going to play here. And I want to play here. So that's the move that I want to play. Oh well, let's just wait for the game moves. Let's go back to the opening. I think we can do that. Okay, 3-4 points for black and star points for white. This is where some players would immediately start playing 3-3 points, but he starts with a corner enclosure, and white clearly does not want to give black the 3-3 points. So white's playing corner enclosures from the star points, and black has a good position on the top side. So far it seems to be very much even. This move, just playing such a narrow area, surprised me. I was sort of expecting black to play something in the lower left. But black, yeah, white capped. So in this capping move, and this point are sort of interchangeable. So in this case, the white stone on the 6th line is in the middle of 3 black stones, and this is, you want to have that stone 1 space away from the black line of stones. So this is the traditional vital point in the middle of 3 stones. This is the shape that became a Go proverb. Or white can, if black plays on this side, white also is connecting up to surround territory on the right. So that's how the capping move here is working. They play a little, this was unexpected, but an interesting trade here. White was just probing to see how black would capture those 2 stones. There's nothing immediately that white can do about that. Reducing the top side. Now black starts the fight on the bottom. And when white ignored the Hanetsugi on the 2nd line, black can break through here. So this is threatening to cut on the 3rd line here, which would be a good result for black. So this would be good because it's alive and it's sente, and later on black can hope to make some use of this marked stone. So it's not completely wasted. So white answered in the corner and is still trying to attack black. And it's this move that black played at p14. This move here, which is overextended locally. It's not connected. Allows white to cut it off. And the whole idea here is that maybe there's some aji, some potential connected with this stone. So momentarily I was talking about the potential of maybe this. It does look like black has maybe a small life in the corner. So for instance, if this were to happen, just because of the fact that white is winning by only one move, it's going to be difficult for white to kill this black group. So for instance, this would be a collapse for white. So white can't take that eye away. So yeah, there is some potential for some kind of a small life in the corner. So like this variation would probably be a life in the corner. But it's not very, this kind of a life would not be, white would win the race to capture on the outside. So it's not as if it would be a game-changing thing. Okay, so black left it for the time being, and the fight switches to the top side where white is trying to get some forcing moves. And the cut here was the key move here, where if black plays on this side, white will be able to live on the left side of the board. So white, in this case, white will have enough room to make a living shape. Probably sequence something like this. So cutting now was the asking move, asking which side black plays, because if black doesn't play anything or plays without filling liberty, then white can capture the 2 stones. So black doesn't have that option. So black answered here. So white did get the extra forcing move from the side and invaded. So at this point, the game is looking slightly better for white. White plays some forcing moves here. So the upper right corner territory is established for black. But interestingly enough, white is connecting up, escaping with this stone and hoping to connect up to those 2 stones on the right. Looks like ultimately that's what happened. So white breaks out. Black eventually will have to capture, but he didn't, did he? He didn't capture that stone, so he got cut off. And when this happens, black will need 1 more stone to live on the top. So white has escaped here and could have continued with this move. But my take on that was that maybe he was going to capture the 4 stones in the center. In the game, he's actually did not do it that way. Here we are. So black connected on the top. White just connected too. So this is a big move too. And let's see. Black's still in trouble, potentially, in the center of the board. Excuse me. So they're still fighting in the center of the board. And white's group, it's not 100% alive yet, but it's going to be difficult for black to kill it. And the real issue is, how is this going to connect up to black's group in the lower right? So white has, if we call this right side here, all of it territory, white has something like 40 points. So white has something like 25 points in the lower left. So that's something like 65 points. Black has something like 25 points on the top and something like 35 points on the left side. So black is sort of behind in territory, but there is the fact that there's some potential stuff that could be happening in this lower right corner. So I favor white, but it's not 100% secure win for white yet. White has to finish this battle in the center, and I'm still very much interested to see what happens with this black group on the bottom. So I'm constantly thinking of trying to figure out what happens when white continues to attack like this. So we've sort of caught up with the game, and it looks like it's an advantage for white, but it's still not an easy win. It's still a complicated situation. L10 is a shape move, but probably not so important in this game. L10 would be this move. Usually this is a shape move, but black will probably just answer here, and it's not exactly forcing. So when compared to points like this, it doesn't seem to be so effective. So like the move that white wants to play is this one. It sort of involves a ko in that variation that I was showing. So that's what the potential problem is here. Black seems to have some ko threats towards the corner, and so you have to calculate that fight. So like if this happens and stuff like this happens, this actually looks like maybe it's going to be okay for white. So a trade something like this. It's good for white, assuming we can kill the black group in the center. So, but that becomes an issue now. So whether or not white can kill that group is, maybe it's not so clear. I think it's going to die, but you know, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, that was quick. I don't know why. It could just be that the operator played that quickly. So just locally, white's knight's move, the move that white played at E's 12, that was actually, locally it's a threat. So what is white threatening here? Let's see, how is it going to work? Well, white has actually multiple ways to do this, but let's start with the simplest way, which might not be the best one. So first of all, if white plays here and cuts, black has to connect here, and white can cut here. So the problem with this for white is that white has created a weakness on this side. So that's why, for the time being, it's okay for black to play away. So that was the direct way, maybe not the best move. So the stronger move would be to play here. And I wonder what's going to happen with this move. So if black connects here, oh, so that's what happens. Yeah, so if black connects here, white cannot win this one. So this would be a squeeze maybe, but it would leave the cut at G10. So maybe not optimal. Yeah, so it's just that white has a whole bunch of forcing moves in the vicinity. So let's see. Black played an Atari here after black has reinforced the center. So maybe there's some question as to whether it's going to be forcing or not. White cuts here, and white extended. So locally, this is not working. All black has to do is play from the corner, and black will be able to capture these two stones. So white is just creating some aji, I would suppose. So if black plays here, for instance, black can play here or here, one of these two. Probably white is going to connect then. And let's see, how is this supposed to work? It looks like white is losing by one move. I don't see how white can avoid losing this. Sahen kiri seitsu shite. We have a Japanese comment about the sacrificing the 4 stones. Sahen kiri だとこれか. So talking about this, which is probably not very good for black. So although there is a cut there, it's not very good. Now that looks fishy. Mm-hmm. Looks like white is thinking of a peaceful trade. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. So with this move, black is defended and is threatening to push through at G8. So it could be that black is going to get Sente here. So if white connects now, black can push through and cut you. So it was sort of a forcing move. So white might be playing something like this to connect up. And we have to count this one. So for instance, actually this is bad. So yeah, this is bad for black. Something like this would just be really bad. So yeah, I'd say probably here, playing here immediately is probably a bit dangerous. So like in this variation, white would be getting into trouble. So I would say protecting the center is probably the safe move here. Hmm. Okay, so is it PhD Tony is it's either a L9 or a I9. I think it must be I9. Is it worth looking at as a defensive resource? So I was suggesting this move for white. And I think that Tony is suggesting this move. So this is also a kind of a shape move. Although it doesn't really get rid of the cut on the left. So I would say it's probably better in this case to play here. Although it was a shape that's worth. So like even if black pulls back here, I don't think white has really succeeded in saving the group yet. So white would need another stone. So in that case, it's probably better just to play here. But it is a shape move. Not out of the question. Uh-huh. Right. I agree with that. As long as we don't blow ourselves up or something, I think people will continue playing Go. Okay, Whiskers, I don't believe that. I think that the time must be closer than that. They started 3.5 hours ago, and they had 2 hours apiece. And so the server I'm looking at says that Park has 30, 31, 32 minutes, and KJ has 7. So it's not overtime yet, but he is running short of time. That count of the time on the server, it's pretty approximate. So it's not exact, but it's fairly close to my calculation of how long the game has continued. So I sort of trust those numbers. I think they're probably pretty much correct. So at this point, the black group it's pretty safe because it can capture the 4 stones. But white had this potential profit on the left, which was really important. So with this move, black has won the race to capture. So this is a big endgame move. So KJ is continually playing very big moves while he tries to save his stones. So he's trying to save everything while playing big moves. But of course, he's still in a lot of trouble. So white can curl around here. Black will play here. And white cannot win the race to capture. So if white plays here, the best white can do is throw in here. But white cannot win. So on this side, it's still not winning. So actually, black is winning as it stands. Or if white plays here, black has 4 liberties and white has only 3. So not much happening with the race to capture here. Eventually, there will be a kind of something like this, some kind of a squeeze. So white will probably leave it at this point with both this move and this move as options for how white is going to squeeze from the center. Playing the whole sequence here, it leaves a weakness at G11. So white probably doesn't want to fix the shape like that yet. But white can curl around here. This is probably it's an exchange that white can or cannot, doesn't have to play, but there's no harm in playing it. Oh, black covered? Okay. That's going to be an extra liberty for the white group on the left, though. Or will it? In this variation, in the previous variation that I was showing, black playing here, black playing here, that is, black was winning the fight on the side by 1 liberty, and winning the fight towards the lower left corner, black was winning by 2 liberties. So white could not squeeze from the corner. When black plays here, the game move, black has ways to win the fight with black's group towards the center by 2 liberties. So for instance, if black plays here and here, white has only 2 liberties left. So even if white plays here, black is still winning. So that gives black 1 more liberty of advantage towards the center. But it means that black is well, it doesn't, does it? He's still winning by 2 moves. So yeah, so that was the better way for black to capture the white group. So black's winning by 2 moves on just about every side. So yes, so locally black has settled that, and as a result, all of white's stones are connected up to the center. So white's group from the top side to the left part of the center, it's pretty much connected up all the way. White's group on the other side is connected up. I think white's choice at this point is whether white wants to start with a connection on the top right, or does white want to try to attack black on the bottom side first. So my guess is that it's a question whether or not white plays the left side, white can play a sequence on the left side. It's not really going to work though. So the question really is white going to start with this move, which does not have any very effective follow-up. So like white can try this, white can try this, white can try this. It's just not working. White cannot win the race to capture. So there's nothing local following that. So maybe white's not going to play that yet and start with an attempted attack against black on the bottom. So this is a move that I've sort of been wanting to play for a while now. Now white has some co-threats on the left side of the board, so maybe it's a good time for white to be doing that. So like, I don't think it would be a good result for white if black could sort of connect up in the center, unless white can find some extra value in this variation. This could be a disappointing. Well, the game seems to be favoring white anyway, but I wouldn't be completely satisfied with that attack. Oops, sorry again. Here we are. And I really want to play this point. I want to play this point and try to cut the black group in the center off. So ideally something like this, and then here, in order to try to capture one of the two black groups. This might be a bit greedy, but this is what I would have a tendency to want to do. Okay, so yeah, good. So that's what's happening here. White curled around, black played here. So there's a potential getting set up here. I do think that white has some co-threats on the left side. Looks like maybe the ko is going to be okay for white. Okay, Lamanov Productions is saying something has to die when you have two weak groups. Could be. Unless they connect up, which would be a good result for black. So again, black has something like 35 points on the left side and something like 25 points, provided that black does not capture those 4 stones on the top. So that's something like 60 points. White still has enough territory, provided the right side becomes a white territory. So there's these two options that white has here. One being trying to capture a black group, and otherwise it looks like maybe white can win without doing that and just keeping sort of the status quo and making sure the right side ends up being a white territory. Would also be a winning, looks like it would be a winning strategy. Okay, it's becoming the ko here. So if white can dominate this ko-like situation, then the black group in the center will become weaker than before, and the group on the bottom will also have some trouble. So it's kind of it's still a double attack going on here. However, if black can win the ko, black will have more momentum moving out. So like, I don't really know if I'm talking about this ko, which would be softer, and it would give white the option, if white doesn't have enough ko threats, it would give white the option of backing off a little here. So this would be the softer ko. Or maybe I'm talking about the more wild ko, in which, yeah, there's no backing off for black either. But maybe black's gonna... If white answers in the corner, black does have a fairly large number of ko threats. So, like, I'm sort of tempted to make it this variation, where locally black seems to be winning by one move. But the position in the center looks so dangerous. I would assume that black is going to die in the center. But if black can live now, it is potentially one of the few ways that black can turn this game around. So white does have to be careful of that. There's a fun variation here where white can use the cut at 14 to, if black answers it, that is. White can use that cut because, yeah, so a potential trade here actually. So if black plays here, this might be what KJ is looking at. So we can pull back here and push through here. And so there's a cut here mixed into that possibility. So it looks like maybe black would answer here. So maybe that would be another kind of trade. Maybe I'm just fooling around here. So the whole corner here is in trouble. It's probably not good for black. Yeah, and white's connected up anyway, so white's okay. So I think this trade would be okay for white. But black still has black has a lot of territory, doesn't he? Yeah. So this would be like, if black can escape somehow like this, it would be a dangerous, looks like it would be a dangerous variation for white. Yeah. Actually, I think that maybe white doesn't have enough territory in this variation. Okay. So instead of doing the corner, black played this ko threat. And yeah. So black is trying to make some extra ko threats. And so one thing is that if white plays here, black can play here. And this is threatening a double Atari here. So that's the idea with that. And so white cannot counterattack yet, and white takes the ko. So maybe they're going to fight the ko like this. Ah, そうかもしれない. Ah, Oden Master was correcting my variation. Okay, so black played here. And let's see. Let's try that in this variation. So here, here. Yeah, you know the sometimes there's a tesuji where the hane hair can fill black's liberties, but it's not going to be in time. This one is tricky. So maybe black has to do it this way. Yeah, maybe black has to do it this way. Yeah, so as a tesuji, there is this move where white can squeeze from this side. But it's probably not going to work because black can break through in the center. So that wouldn't be working. So white doesn't have time to set that. Yeah, I think black's okay with this move. So what happens if white finishes the ko is an issue here. So with this black stone on the fourth line at J4, J16, it looks like maybe black's going to win this race to capture. Let's try that once more. So white would really like to take this. Yeah, so white's losing by a move here. And if black can survive in the center, so it's going to be this variation where black is threatening to push through here. So it's sort of tricky for white. White has to be careful. So it looks like KJ is really running out of time, and Park has about 17 minutes left, according to the server I'm looking at here. This one, it doesn't have the time. Right, it doesn't have the time for the players here. The one I'm looking at here, it has the time, and it's not exact, but it's an approximation, because the operator is not one of the players. It's an operator putting the moves in, and so there's a slight difference in the exact remaining time that they're given. But it says 16.5 minutes for white. Okay, white answered that. That means black has several ko-threats. About 4 ko-threats that don't lose anything in the corner. So maybe white is going to use ko-threats on the left side. If white uses the ko-threats on the left side, it will be 1, 2, 3, at least 3 ko-threats. White would like to cool down the ko a little bit before white plays something like I-17. So like playing here, black needs another ko-threat for this ko in order to have any kind of success. So this is something that white can do close to the end of the ko. Not immediately though, when there's a lot of ko-threats floating around. It seems more viable for white to be doing it after eliminating some of the ko-threats. So the main line that I would be thinking of would be white cutting here. Black can use ko-threats here. White's starting to run out of ko-threats on the left side. And if black plays here, let's see, it's white's turn. If black plays here, it's not necessarily forcing. So this would be, it would not be a capture yet. And white could attack the center and get back to this point some later point in the game maybe. Or white could just play that. So in order to have a ko-threat here, black probably has to choose this one. This is a ko-threat. But it's a local loss of territory. So black still has this ko-threat. This would capture the white group next. But the next black ko-threat is going to be bad. So, for instance, if black plays here, again, this is not going to be forcing. So if black plays here, this is going to kill black's stones in the corner. Whereas if black had later played here and here, then black would be able to live in the corner like this, because this move is forcing. So black's losing something there if black is forced to play this ko-threat. So a kind of trade like this, where white gains something there and then can move back to this side, and a more peaceful endgame after securing the lower right corner territory. I think this is a realistic option, possibility. Okay, so black's playing a ko-threat. Didn't expect that one. Okay, so what happened now? So white took the ko, black played here, white answered it, black took back, white connected. So this is a move that has created a large number of ko-threats for white. So now white has ko-threats towards the top. So white will be able to play white can use ko-threats like this one on the top of the board. So white's created some ko-threats there. White still has the ko-threats on the left side. They're going to be forcing too. So white has 3 ko-threats on the left side, 2 or 3 ko-threats on the top. And so that's the idea. That's going to be enough for white to win this ko. So black cannot cut at 1. He starts with this. So what's going to happen here? It's not even clear that this is not even forcing locally. It's not even forcing locally. But black is trying to create ko-threats with this move. It's not even forcing. White can play away. So the main purpose of this move, it's trying to improve the situation of black's group in the center. And it's trying to create ko-threats, but it's not forcing in itself. So let's look at potential follow-ups for black. So like if black plays here, white can just connect underneath. Black plays here. Like this. So it's pretty clear that white is connected up. All of these moves become ko-threats for black, but white doesn't actually, so white can take the ko here. And black's going to use the local moves on the right side. Maybe black's going to use them as ko-threats. Very complicated ko. Okay, so KJ was short of time, but he still has close to 3 minutes on the clock that I'm looking at. And Park is using up a lot of time here, so he's getting slower. He's slowing down, and it looks like he has something like 11 or 12 minutes left. I-17. So yes, I-17 um, usually would be a very big move. That's PhD Tony again. It would usually be a very important move, but in this board situation, I think just the potential ko and the stuff that's happening in the center of the board is getting to be too important for White to be playing that move. And if White wins this ko in the center, if White wins this ko, that point becomes unnecessary. So, like if we assume a position where, sort of hard to make the diagram, but if we assume a position where White gets to capture here, White doesn't really need the stone at I-17 anymore because Black cannot capture here. So there's some real potential that this, whether or not White plays at I-17, becomes irrelevant. It doesn't matter. So my first idea would be to take the ko. My first idea would be to take the ko. I would probably want to answer this move. And maybe use a ko threat here. And a lot of ambiguous ko threats, so it's going to be exciting. It's going to be hard to judge what's going to happen next. Okay, White extends. So this is stronger towards Black's group in the center, but Black still has this move here. So this would be I'm not sure what's going to happen here. So yeah. So for instance, this is another ko. Yeah, it looks like it's just another ko. Unless White cuts here now. And Black cannot afford to... Let's see how this turns out. In this case, Black would have to play here. White would play here. Somehow this looks a bit painful for Black. Okay, Black has started the ko. Wow. So after White extended here, Black played once here. Apparently this was not big enough to be a ko threat. And cut. Okay, so it looks like Black is going to try to use the upper right capturing those white stones as a co-threat. So yeah, the way that works is that if white takes here and finishes the ko, this is a ladder. Yeah, so that's not, the cut is not working. It looks like black has captured the white group. So that's the threat that black is using, it's going to use for the ko. We're coming to a climax here. Okay, that was a lot of co-threats. So far, they've been playing very clearly forcing co-threats. Black has 2 more in the lower left corner. I mean, the lower right corner, sorry. Black has 2 more co-threats in the lower right corner. The white cut on the second line on the top is going to be a valid co-threat, so that's 1 for white. And white has some co-threats, some valid co-threats on the left side. So 3 valid co-threats on the left side, 1 on the top. That's 4 co-threats. Oh, white connected. White had 4 co-threats. So it's a... And black had 2 co-threats in the lower right corner, but any more co-threats would have been painful. So black had only 2 co-threats that he wanted to play in the lower right corner. So why did white not... maybe it's a kind of declaration that white is winning at this point. Otherwise, I don't see any reason for white not to continue playing the ko. Maybe he's just saying, I'm winning anyway. So even now, black is going to have trouble connecting up that group in the center. Okay, it looks like on the clock that I'm looking at, KJ is in his final minute. It means he's going to be going into overtime. And Park seems to have slightly more than 5 minutes, so about 5 minutes. So he's not in, maybe not in overtime yet. So locally here, black can capture, so he can capture the white stone. When black does it that way, white does have a forcing move from the bottom side. Okay, so maybe black's gonna survive here. I think it's still a question of how actively white is going to try to punish black here. So, yes. So, Oden Master is saying that maybe white is going to try to kill everything. And the meaning of that is that, well, this position on the left, black is going to be forced to put 1 more stone in. So, say white covers on the 6th line. Let's just do it. So I think the variation... Okay, so black has to add a stone here. And the question is whether white can save this stone at k14. So, for instance, something like this might be happening, in which white runs off to the left and is trying to kill the black group in the center. That might be what white is trying to do here. It's going to be terrible shape on the bottom, but if the whole center dies, obviously this is a win for white. White should be able to win this one. For instance. So that would capture the black group. This is probably just too painful for black. Oh, so he played immediately. That works also because the ladder favors white. Okay, so this is going to be the final battle. No, Samsung is Korean rules, which is for all practical reasons, it's the same as Japanese rules. Or, yeah, just about everywhere except for China. Okay, looks like black's... I don't see how this black group in the center is going to live now. I think this was a decisive attack. So just going back a few moves. Yeah. If black had played this move here, black would have captured the white stone. So if white extends here, black can disconnect. There's no way these two white stones can escape. White can probably cut off something in the center. So like, for instance, something like this. So white can cut black off there. Maybe white's going to be a bit greedy and take that too. So white can cut black off there, and that's probably good enough for white. But in order to capture the white stone, black had to play this way. In the game, black extended, and that left this weakness here. So he's pushed through here, and he's going to try to live in the center. I don't see how this black group is going to live. It seems impossible to me. But they're both low on time, so KJ must be in overtime by now, and I think Park has 2 or 3 minutes left. If he does win, I mean, if he lives in the center, without sacrificing anything, then black will be ahead. So yeah. That's the one winning scenario for black. Dahlia 318, greetings from the Caribbean. Wow, welcome. Yes, so people in chat were talking about what round it was. Sorry if I didn't make that clear. This was the top 32 players, so it's still the first round of the whole tournament. Tournament's going to go on for a while. The only schedule that I actually saw was yesterday and today, so this was the best of 32, first game. There's probably some more games coming up in the near future, and if I can, I'll try to cover some. I don't know exactly what the schedule will be. Well, then Master is saying it's probably going to die. I agree with that. Looks like Park must have been using his final time, and the timer that I'm looking at on the server that I'm using has just switched from the last few seconds to a minute. So it sort of indicates that he's in his overtime now. It could be that they're actually playing on this server because it seems to be fairly well synchronized. Okay, white connected. That's the obvious move. Black just doesn't have room for ice. Yeah, I don't see where he's going to make them. Yeah, I think even L10 should work. Mm-hmm. Yes. KJ is really tricky in positions like this, so white does have to be careful. Mm-hmm. Hmm. I think we're close to resignation. Yes. Okay. Trying to confuse things. That's not really making room for life, though. Okay. This probably doesn't actually threaten to kill the black group on the bottom, but connecting on the third line would be a huge move. Oh, thank you, PhD Tony. Thank you for the present. Okay, black played away. This is it's sort of an attack on the white group in the center. It would be bothersome if black could play at D13 to cut white off there. So white sort of wants to answer that. He might find a more active way to answer them. So for instance, a peep or an attachment somewhere along the H or I lines. But answering with some kind of a connection would be okay also. Hmm. The real question is whether white has to add a stone here. So white's tempted just to leave it, but it's probably safer to play some kind of a defensive move. Okay, that's pretty clear. Keeping things simple. And I think it's probably about time for black to resign. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, that comment by Whiskers was interesting. He said that White was about 40 points ahead, and then he lost a lot of points with this move. Basically, that's because White put a stone inside his own territory. White probably didn't even need that move to kill the black group. So it's so clear that the black group is dead that it definitely is time for black to resign. Okay, it looks everyone's saying White won. It hasn't come up on the server yet, but it's probably this. I think black must have resigned at this point. I don't see a resignation yet. Let's just renew the window, maybe. I would like to see the game properly end. Okay, it looks like the clock has stopped. Okay, I'm gonna finish here. Um, I the server doesn't actually have, but they stopped the clock. So I'm assuming that KJ resigned at this point. And thank you all for watching to the end. I hope you enjoyed. And there will be more videos to come. Hopefully more covering of this tournament, which is going to go on for a week or so, I believe. And I think they're going to keep on going until they get the top 4 players, so the semifinals. So thank you all, and that's it for this live broadcast. Thank you. Hmm.